Hello there, and welcome to Sleepy Nights. This is Kevin, and tonight we have a collection of the best sleep stories. But first, let's just take a moment to relax and get comfortable. Just take a small moment to find a position where you can fully let your body rest. Maybe letting your head sink into a pillow, feeling that gentle support. Now, let's take a deep, slow breath in through our nose. And as you breathe out, just imagine the stress exiting your body. As we breathe again, we become even more relaxed. We become heavy and still. We can feel a wave of calm moving slowly upward from our toes, all the way to the top of our heads. There's no need to concentrate too deeply to the story. Just simply let my voice carry you as we drift into tonight's tale. Now, as your breathing becomes as steady as raindrops, and your mind as quiet as a city street at midnight, prepare to join me in a story of discovery, connection, and the gentle magic found in the sleeping hours of New York's past. You sit at your desk in the corner of New York Chronicle's bustling newsroom, staring at the stack of photographs your editor has just returned. The red pencil marks across your work cut deep. Too stiff. No feeling. Technically perfect, but where's the heart? Walsh, Editor Barnes calls from his doorway. You got a minute? You straighten your tie before walking across the worn wooden floor, past reporters hammering out tomorrow's headlines. A late afternoon sun slants through tall windows, catching dust motes and cigarette smoke in beams of amber light. I'll be straight with you, Barnes says when you enter, removing his glasses to rub the bridges of his nose. Your technical skills are unquestionable, but that's not what sells newspapers. We need photographs that make people feel something. Barnes taps your portfolio. I'm giving you one more assignment. A special feature for the weekend edition. The Soul of New York at Night. Show me what this city really is when most folks are sleeping. As you leave the Chronicle building, evening air carries the first hint of autumn crispness. Your camera bag hangs heavy at your side. Your faithful Graflex speed graphic, extra film holders, flash bulbs, all the technical tools you've mastered. Yet, they suddenly feel inadequate for capturing something as elusive as a city's soul. The streetlights flicker on as twilight deepens. Where to begin? As if echoing your uncertainty, the first drops of rain begin to fall. The light rain quickly becomes more insistent. You tuck your precious camera bag beneath your coat and step under a shop awning. The city transforms around you. Streets turn to mirrors, reflecting neon signs. Pedestrians become anonymous shapes, hurrying through pools of lamplight. You check your watch. 11:30 p.m. The night stretches before you, full of possibility, but also daunting. How do you photograph something so intangible as a city's soul? Lost in your thoughts, you barely notice the yellow taxi that pulls up until its driver calls out. Need some shelter from the rain, son? You look up to see an elderly man watching you from the driver's seat. His face kind beneath a worn cap. Something about his eyes catches your attention. They seem to hold a peculiar wisdom, an amused sparkle that doesn't match his weathered face. Thanks, but I'm working, you reply, patting your camera bag. The man's eyebrows rise with interest. A photographer, huh? Night like this offers some special pictures. He extends his hand. Name's Jack. Been driving this cab for, well, longer than I care to admit. You shake his hand. Firm grip. Calloused fingers. Henry Walsh. New York Chronicle. Tell you what, Henry. How about I show you some spots most folks never see? Places where, you might find whatever you're looking for. You hesitate. It's an unusual offer, but something about Jack feels trustworthy, almost familiar. The meter's off, Jack adds with a wink. Consider it my contribution to the arts. The rain drums harder on the awning above you. Your deadline looms, and there's something in Jack's offer that sparks your curiosity. Why not, you say, sliding into the worn leather seat that smells of decades of passengers. First time I've had a photographer in my cab in years, Jack says, pulling away from the curb. Yeah, I used to know quite a bit about photography myself. My editor says my pictures lack soul, you admit, surprising yourself with the confession. Jack nods slowly. Yeah, technical skills only take you so far. The real magic happens when you connect with what you're photographing. He makes a turn onto Broadway. Let's start where everyone thinks they know New York, but at an hour when it shows its true face. Times Square at midnight is a different world from the bustling chaos of daylight hours. The crowds have thinned to scattered figures, moving like ghosts through pools of colored light. Neon signs reflect in the rain-slicked pavement, creating shimmering mirrors that seem to double the world. Most folks, well, they only see this place when it's packed, Jack says, pulling to a stop. But this is when it breathes. You step out, protecting your camera from the light rain. The air feels electric, the hum of neon and the distant sounds of a city. A saxophone from some unseen nightclub, the occasional honk of taxis, the steady patter of rain. Look there. Jack points to where a lone street cleaner pushes his broom through rivers of colored light. He's been sweeping this same stretch for around 30 years. His name's Otto. How do you know that? You ask, already framing the shot. Well, taxi drivers know everything worth knowing in this city, Jack says with a knowing smile. You raise your camera and capture the street cleaner. His silhouette, haloed by the glow of a movie marquee advertising Casablanca. Good, Jack murmurs, but wait. And as if on cue, a couple appears, sharing an umbrella, walking slowly across the square. They pause beneath the largest neon sign, faces illuminated in soft blue. Now, Jack whispers. You capture the moment, the couple, the lights, the wet pavement, creating a perfect reflection. Something about the composition feels right, in a way your work rarely has. Used to be horse-drawn carriages right where they're standing, Jack says quietly. I remember when they installed the first electric signs. People thought it was like bringing daylight to night. The way he speaks makes it sound like personal memory, though he couldn't possibly be that old. But before you question it, he guides you to different vantage points, showing you angles and moments you might have missed. A newsboy counting coins beneath a theater marquee. Steam rising from a pretzel vendor's cart, catching colored light like ethereal ribbons. Getting anything worth printing? Jack asks, after you've worked for nearly an hour. You nod, feeling a growing excitement. These do feel different, like I'm seeing Times Square for the first time. It's because you're not just looking at it, Jack says, turning back towards his taxi. You're feeling it. He checks his pocket watch. Now, you want to capture the city's heartbeat. There's someplace else we should visit. Jack's taxi winds through Harlem streets, now quieter as the clock ticks past 1 in the morning. The rain has softened to a gentle mist, that makes the streetlights glow with halos. Most clubs have closed by now, you say, watching the buildings slide past. Most, Jack agrees, with a knowing smile. But not all. Some places, the real music doesn't start until the paying customers leave. He pulls to a stop beside an unmarked brick building. Faint golden light spills from a basement window, and you hear the mellow notes of a saxophone winding through the night air like ribbons of smoke. Jack leads you to a nondescript door and knocks in a distinctive pattern. A large man in a sharp suit opens it, breaking into a wide smile at the sight of your guide. Jack, it's been too long, man. He embraces Jack like an old friend, then gives you a questioning look. He's with me, Leon, Jack says. Photographer from the Chronicle, capturing the city's night soul. You descend a narrow staircase into what feels like another world. The basement club is dimly lit by scattered table candles, creating pools of golden illumination in a sea of comfortable shadow. On a small stage, 5 musicians are playing for an audience of almost no one. Just a few scattered tables of late-night dreamers. After hours, they play for themselves, Jack whispers as you find a table. No audience expectations, just pure jazz. The saxophonist, a slender man with eyes closed in concentration, leans into a solo that seems to bend time itself. The pianist watches him with a slight smile, fingers dancing across the keys in perfect complement. Perfect light for photography, Jack comments, nodding toward the stage where the overhead spotlight creates dramatic shadows across the musicians' faces. You begin capturing images. The saxophonist, with head tilted back in musical ecstasy. The drummer's hands blurred in motion. the bassist's fingers pressed against strings with elegant precision. Between shots, you notice Jack exchanging nods of recognition with several patrons. A waitress brings him a whiskey without being asked, calling him Mr. Jack with obvious affection. Come here often, you ask. In another life, he replies, and points toward the piano player. You notice how the candlelight catches just the edge of his profile. As you shot, half in shadow, half in light, like the music itself. You follow his suggestion and feel a thrill as you capture the image. There's something perfect about it, something that speaks to the essence of this hidden room beneath the sleeping city. You seem to know a lot about photography for a taxi driver. You comment during a brief pause between songs. Jack just shrugs. Picked up some things over the years. Guess I always had an appreciation for those who capture moments worth remembering. He sips his whiskey. Sometimes I think photographs remember things better than people do. The music shifts to something slower, more melancholy. A woman in a midnight blue dress steps up to the microphone and begins to sing in a voice like velvet and smoke. This is the last song of the night, Jack whispers. Make it count. You raise your camera one final time, framing a shot that includes the singer, the pianist's hands, and a few rapt listeners. The image feels like it captures not just what the club looks like, but what it feels like. The intimacy, the shared appreciation of beauty. Jack's taxi glides toward the Brooklyn Bridge. Its stone towers rising into the night sky like ancient sentinels. It's nearly 2:30 in the morning now, and the city has settled into that strange liminal hour when even New York seems to hold its breath. No better place to see the city's reflection than from the middle of that bridge, Jack says, as you approach the majestic span. Been carrying people across this bridge since it opened. The bridge opened in 1883, you point out with a smile. Jack just chuckles. Just a figure of speech, kid. He pulls to a stop at the bridge entrance. We'll walk from here. Best way to really see it. The bridge welcomes you with its cathedral-like presence. Gothic arches rise overhead, strung with lights that create a path of stars leading into the darkness. Your footsteps echo on the wooden planks as you follow Jack toward the center span. "27 people died building this bridge," Jack says, including John Roebling himself. His son Washington finished it, watching through a telescope from his apartment when he got too sick to visit the site. He runs a hand along the railing. There's a story behind everything in this city, if you know where to look. You reach the first tower and step into its window. The view opens up dramatically. Manhattan's skyline to the west. Constellation of lights. Brooklyn's most modest profile to the east. Between them, the East River flows like liquid obsidian, reflecting the bridge lights in shimmering ribbons. Jack leads you to a perfect vantage point, midway between the towers. This is where you'll find what you're looking for, he says with certainty. You begin to work, capturing the geometric patterns of the bridge cables against the city lights. The perfect symmetry of the towers. The way the entire scene is mirrored in the calm waters below. Wait for that tugboat to reach the center, Jack says. It'll create a path of disturbed reflections that lead the eye across the composition. His photographic knowledge seems too precise for casual interest. Too intuitive for someone who merely appreciates the art. Were you ever a photographer, Jack? You ask him directly. He gazes out at the harbor, silent for a long moment. Let's just say I've spent a lifetime observing this city through different frames. He smiles enigmatically. Some people are meant to experience life, others to capture it. A few lucky ones get to do both. The diner glows like a lighthouse on the quiet street corner. Its windows steamy with warmth. Ruby's all-night eats proclaims the neon sign above the door. A few letters flickering but still proudly illuminating the entrance. Best apple pie in the city, Jack promises you as you enter. And Ruby makes coffee strong enough to develop film in. The bell above the door announces your arrival to a half-dozen nighttime patrons. 2 police officers drink coffee at the counter, nodding at Jack with recognition. A nurse, still in uniform, reads a paperback over a half-eaten sandwich. Jack, calls a robust woman from behind the counter. Jack, I thought you might come by tonight. Wouldn't miss your pie, Ruby, Jack responds, leading you to a booth. This is Henry. He's photographing the city tonight. Ruby studies you with interest. A photographer? Like it. She catches herself, looking quickly at Jack. Like my old friend, Jack finishes smoothly. You move through the diner, capturing images with quiet respect for the patrons. Most smile or nod in acknowledgement, comfortable with your presence. What strikes you most is the sense of community among these strangers. Individuals together in their aloneness. As you enjoy the perfect apple pie Jack promised, you notice a framed photograph on the wall behind the counter. It shows the diner in what appears to be the 1930s, with a younger Ruby behind the counter. The composition is striking. Morning light streaming through the windows, highlighting the diverse faces of customers from another era. That's a beautiful photograph, you comment, when Ruby refills your coffee. Oh, thank you, she says, glancing at it with affection. One of my favorites. A regular took that years ago. Had a way of seeing things, making the ordinary look special, you know. Leave the camera bag in the taxi, Jack suggests as you reach Central Park. Just bring what you need. We'll walk from here, kid. Inside, the park is transformed by night, the aftermath of rain. A light mist hovers just above the ground, catching what little illumination comes from scattered lampposts. Trees rise on either side, their leaves occasionally releasing collected raindrops that fall with gentle taps. Most folks think the park is dangerous at night, Jack says, his voice hushed. But it has its own kind of peace, if you know how to find it. The path winds to a small bridge over one of the park's ponds. You pause there, captivated by the perfect reflection of a lamppost in the still water, creating a complete circle of light. A movement catches your eye. Something pale moving through the mist. As you watch, a small group of deer emerge from the trees, their forms ghostly in the low light. They move with delicate grace to the water's edge, seemingly unaware of your presence. Incredible, you whisper, raising your camera. I didn't know deer still lived in the park. Most people don't see them, Jack says, perfectly still beside you. They know when it's safe to appear. You capture several images of the deer, the reflections in the pond, the way the mist flows around their legs. The moment feels suspended in time, as if you stepped into a pocket of wilderness that exists alongside but separate from the city. Some things in New York are eternal, Jack says quietly. They exist beyond the buildings and the streets, beyond what most people ever notice. The taxi heads toward the East River, where the future headquarters of the United Nations is under construction. Even at this early hour, skeletal framework of the building is visible against the gradually lightening sky. Not much to look at yet, You comment as Jack parks near the fenced construction site. But what it represents, Jack replies, is worth seeing. The world deciding to come together in the heart of New York. After all the destruction of the war, something hopeful, rising. You follow him to a vantage point. The half-built structure is framed by the East River and the first hint of dawn. The construction site is peaceful now. The massive building materials and machines waiting in silent potential. The city is always becoming something new, while remembering what it was, Jack says. That's what makes it special. It transforms without losing itself. You begin photographing, capturing the interplay of the emerging building against the pre-dawn sky. The skeletal framework creates geometric patterns that suggest both strength and possibility. The future taking physical form. Jack checks his pocket watch. Almost 6. You should have time to develop those photographs before your editor comes in. As Jack drives you back toward the Chronicle building, the city begins to wake around you. Early commuters wait at bus stops. Shopkeepers raise their metal gates. Delivery trucks rumble down streets still wet from the night's rain. Thank you, you say, as he pulls up in front of your building. I've lived here my whole life, but tonight it was like seeing New York for the first time. Jack smiles, the dawn light catching the lines around his eyes. Sometimes we need to see familiar things through fresh eyes. He reaches into his pocket, pulls out a small, worn business card with nothing but a phone number. If you ever need another tour, just call. The night reveals different secrets each time. The Chronicle building is quiet when you enter. You make your way to the dark room in the basement, a space you've come to think of as a second home. Familiar chemical smells greet you as you turn on the red safe light. Begin preparing the development trays. There's something meditative about the darkroom process. a rhythm of careful steps that calm your mind after the night's adventures. As the images emerge in the developer path, your breath catches. These photographs are unlike anything you've ever captured before. The Times Square street cleaner emerges from the chemical bath, his silhouette perfectly balanced against the neon glow. The couple sharing the umbrella appears next, their moment of wonder beneath the lights, capturing something essentially human. One by one, the night's journey materializes. The jazz musicians lost in their after-hours performance. The Brooklyn Bridge spanning not just water, but time itself. The peaceful communion of lightworkers in Ruby's diner. The ghostly deer in Central Park's mist. But it's what's missing that first catches your attention. In the diner photograph, the booth where Jack sat should be visible in the background. But it appears empty. In the Brooklyn Bridge series, where you distinctly remember Jack standing beside you, pointing out the tugboat, there's no sign of him. Throughout all the images, your guide is conspicuously absent, as if he somehow knew exactly where to stand to remain outside the frame. You hang the developed photographs to dry, stepping back to study them with growing wonder. They're technically excellent, yes, but they're also something more. They contain the emotional essence of each location, the feeling of New York revealing itself in quiet moments. Barnes had asked for the soul of the city at night, and somehow, with Jack's guidance, you've captured it exactly. Walsh, get in here. Barnes's voice jerks you awake from where you dozed off in the break room couch. Sunlight streams through the window. It's mid-morning. You quickly straighten your rumpled clothes and make your way to the editor's office, where you find him standing before the photographs you left on his desk. These are, Barnes struggled to find the right words. His usual gruff manner softened by genuine admiration. These are extraordinary, Henry. How the hell did you channel Jack Finley in these shots? The name catches you off guard. Jack Finley. Barnes looks at you strangely. Don't tell me you don't know Finley's work. Greatest photographer this paper ever had. He gestures to the wall behind his desk, where you notice for the first time a framed photograph you've somehow overlooked during all your visits to his office. It shows Times Square in the rain, taken perhaps 20 years earlier, with the same street cleaner you photographed last night, looking much younger. The composition, the light, the feeling of the image, all eerily similar to your own. And the byline beneath it, Jack Finley, Chief Photographer, 1921 to 1938. Finley had this gift, Barnes continues, oblivious to your shock. He could capture a place like nobody else, what a place felt like. Not just what it looked like. Nobody's been able to match his work since he passed away. Passed away. Your voice sounds distant to your own ears. Barnes nods, settling into his chair. Heart attack, 1938. 10 years ago now. It's a shame he loved this city like nobody else. Used to say he knew every corner of it, every story, behind every building. He tapped your photographs. Whatever you did last night, keep doing it. These have that same Finley magic. You stare at the framed photograph, the face of the photographer, proudly posing beside his editor from a bygone era. The same kind eyes that watched you from the taxi driver's seat last night. The same knowing smile that guided you through the sleeping city. He used to mentor young photographers, Barnes added, especially ones with technical skill but no heart. He would drive them around in his car, showing them the real New York. Outside the office window, a yellow taxi passes, momentarily catching the morning sun on its windshield. You think of Jack's parting words. Sometimes we need to see familiar things through fresh eyes. And his business card, still in your pocket. A phone number that somehow you know will never answer, yet remains available to those who truly need it. I had a good guide, you tell Barnes, a smile spreading across your face. Someone who really knows this city. As you leave the editor's office, you pause by the window, watching the city in the daylight. The same streets and buildings you photographed hours ago, now bustling with energy and purpose. Somewhere out there, perhaps a yellow taxi is picking up another passenger who needs to see New York through different eyes. And in the dark room, your photographs wait, preserving moments from a night journey through a city where time, like light on wet pavement, sometimes reflects in unexpected and beautiful ways. The roses in her father's garden had always bloomed out of season, as if responding to some secret music only they could hear. Belle would watch them from her bedroom window in the merchant's house, their petals unfurling in defiance of frost, their crimson hearts beating against the grey monotony of the port city where ships came, laden with silk and spices, but never magic. She was the youngest of 3 daughters, though youngest implied a certain childishness that had never suited her. While her sisters Celeste and Marguerite adorned themselves in whatever finery their father's fluctuating fortunes could provide, Belle adorned her mind with books, ancient texts that spoke of transformation or metamorphosis, of love that transcended form. Her father, Maurice, had built his fortune on understanding desire, what people wanted, what they would pay for wanting, how to make them want more. But he never understood his youngest daughter's desires, which seemed to tend toward the ineffable, the impossible. She wanted, she once told him, to see the place where the sky touched the earth. He had laughed, and not unkindly, and brought her an astrolabe from his next voyage. The astrolabe now sat on her windowsill, its brass surface catching the morning light on the day everything changed. The harbour bells were ringing, not in celebration, but in mourning. 3 of her father's ships had been lost in a storm, taking with them not just cargo, but the careful architecture of their comfortable life. "We shall have to sell the house," Maurice announced at dinner. His voice steady, but his hands trembling as they gripped his wine glass. There is a cottage. My mother's old place, 3 days' ride from here. We shall make do. Celeste wept into her napkin. Marguerite raged about the injustice of it all. How their friends would laugh. How they would be ruined. But Belle felt something else entirely. A curious lightness. As if change she hadn't known she was wearing had suddenly dissolved. The cottage sat at the edge of a forest. A forest so old that the trees seemed to remember when the world was young. It was small, 4 rooms and a kitchen garden, but it was surrounded by wild roses that climbed the walls with passionate abandon. Belle loved it immediately. Now, their first winter was hard. They learned to milk their own cow, to coax vegetables from the reluctant earth, to mend their own clothes when they tore. Belle's hands, once soft from turning pages, grew calloused from work. But in the evenings when the fire crackled and the wind sang through the eaves, she would still read aloud to her father from her saved books. And for those moments, they were rich again. Rich again in all the ways that mattered. Spring came late that year, and with it, unexpected news. One of Maurice's ships, thought lost, had limped into port with its cargo intact. He would need to go to the city to settle affairs. A journey of a week at least. Well, what shall I bring you? He asked his daughters on the eve of his departure. A dress of moonlight and pearls, said Celeste. A necklace of stars, said Marguerite. Belle kissed his weathered cheek. Just come home safely, Papa. But if you see a rose more beautiful than any in our garden, perhaps you might bring it to me. He smiled, the simplicity of her request, not knowing that simple desires are often the most dangerous. Maurice's journey to the city proved fruitless. Legal complications, creditors with prior claims, bureaucratic tangles. In the end, he left with barely enough coin for the journey home. The late spring storm caught him in the forest as darkness fell, turning the familiar path into a maze of shadows and wet branches that clawed at his cloak. His horse, usually so steady, grew skittish as they pushed deeper into the woods. The trees here were different. They were older, darker, their trunks twisted into shapes that suggested frozen screams. And then, between one lightning flash and the next, he saw it. It was a castle that had no business existing, its spires reaching toward the storm-torn sky like desperate fingers. The gates stood open. No, more than open. Inviting. As if the castle had been waiting for him specifically. His horse walked through without hesitation, suddenly calm, and Maurice found himself in a courtyard where no rain fell, though he could see it sheeting down just beyond the walls. The castle doors swung inward at his approach. Inside, floating candles provided warm light, and a fire crackled in a hearth large enough to roast an ox. A table had been set for one, laden with food that steamed as if just prepared. Maurice called out, but his voice seemed to be swallowed by the vast spaces of the hall. He ate. He was too hungry and cold not to. And then, exhausted, found his way to a bedroom where the sheets had been turned down and a nightshirt in exactly his size lay waiting. He slept. Morning light through stained glass windows woke him up. The storm had passed, leaving the world washed clean. Maurice dressed in his own clothes, which had been dried and mended in the night, and made his way through corridors that seemed to rearrange themselves to speed his journey. In the courtyard, his horse waited, saddled and fed. And there, growing against the castle's eastern wall, was a rose garden of such beauty that it stopped his heart. The roses were every color roses could be, and several they couldn't. Silver like moonlight, black like the space between stars, gold like the first light of dawn. But there was one rose, drew him above all the others. Perfect crimson bloom. It seemed to hold all the world's beauty in its petals. Belle's simple request echoed in his mind. Surely, whoever owned this castle surely could spare one rose from such abundance. He reached out and plucked it from its stem. The world changed. The castle's warmth turned to ice. The light dimmed to twilight, and before him stood a figure that his mind struggled to process. Massive, covered in fur, with tusks that curved from a jaw too large for any natural creature. But the eyes were human, blue as winter sky, and filled with such rage that Maurice fell to his knees. "Thief," the beast said, and his voice was thunder and avalanche and the death of hope. "I gave you food, shelter, warmth, and you repay me with theft. I meant no harm," Maurice gasped. "My daughter, she asked only for a rose." "A rose?" The beast's laugh was bitter as winter wind. "Do you know what you have stolen? That rose bloomed on the day a witch cursed me for my cruelty, for my inability to see beauty in anything but surfaces. One rose for each year of my curse. You have stolen time itself from me. Please," Maurice begged. "Please, I'll do anything." "Anything?" The beast circled him, his massive form moving with unexpected grace. "Then you will return here to die for your crime. Or..." He paused, and something shifted in those human eyes. "Or send me this daughter who desired a rose. Let her learn the price of careless wishes." "Never." "Then die now." The beast raised one clawed hand. Wait. Give me 3 days. 3 days to say goodbye. To set my affairs in order. I swear on my life I will return. The beast studied him for a long moment. 3 days. If you do not return, I will find you. And your death will not be so swift. Go." And so Maurice fled, the rose still clutched in his trembling hand, its thorns drawing blood he didn't feel. Belle knew something was wrong the moment she saw her father's horse crest the hill. Maurice sat slumped in the saddle, aged a decade in a week. His face was the color of old parchment. She ran to him, caught him as he half fell from the horse, and helped him inside, where his sisters fussed and worried and demanded to know where their presents were. But Belle saw the rose in his saddlebag. Perfect and impossibly fresh. And she knew, with the intuition that had always set her apart, that this flower had cost more than gold. That night, after Celeste and Marguerite had gone to bed, Maurice told her everything. He wept as he spoke. This man who had weathered financial ruin with dry eyes. And Belle held him as she had not done since she was small. "I will go back," he said. "I have had my life. I've seen my daughters grown. I can face whatever comes." "No," Belle said, and her voice was steady as stone. "This beast gave you a choice, and the choice is mine to make. I asked for the rose." "Belle, you don't understand. He is monstrous, terrible." "Is he?" She touched the rose, felt its petals soft as hope against her fingers. "Is he really a monster who gave you food and shelter? Who let you go when he could have killed you instantly? Who tends a garden of impossible roses?" She smiled, sad and certain. "I've read enough stories to know that monsters are often more than they appear." She left that night, while her father slept exhausted by grief and her sisters dreamed of lives they would never have. She took only a few dresses, her favorite books, and then, of course, the rose. The horse knew the way. The castle stood waiting in the dawn light. More beautiful than terrible now, she could see it clearly. The gates opened for her as they had for her father. But this time, the beast was waiting in the courtyard. She had prepared herself for horror, but preparation and reality were different things. He was massive. Yes, covered in dark fur that caught the light like midnight water. His face was neither human nor animal, but something caught between, featuring tusks and a broad nose and those startling blue eyes. But what struck her most was his stillness. The way he held himself apart as if afraid his very existence might cause harm. "You came," he said, and his voice, though deep and strange, held wonder. I came," she agreed, dismounting with a grace that surprised them both. "I am Belle. You have my father's rose, and I have come to pay his debt. You would die for a flower. Would you kill for one?" They stood there, regarding each other across the courtyard, and something passed between them. Not understanding, not yet, but the possibility of it. "I will not kill you," the beast said finally. "But you must stay here forever. That is the price." "Then I accept," Belle said, and walked past him into the castle that would become her prison, and perhaps something more. The castle was alive, not in the way of haunting, with specters and cold spots and the clanking of chains, but alive like a sleeping giant whose dreams had taken architectural form. Doors opened before Belle could touch them. Fires lit themselves as she entered rooms. Books she had only heard of in whispers appeared on the library shelves, their pages falling open to passages that seemed to speak directly to her thoughts. The beast had given her the entire East Wing, a suite of rooms that reorganized themselves according to her desires. When she wished for more light, windows appeared. When she grew tired of a color, the wallpaper shifted like a living thing into new patterns. "The castle responds to need," the beast explained on her third night, when they dined together for the first time. He sat across from her at a table that could have seated 50. His massive form, holding delicate china, or perhaps to want. I've never been certain of the difference. Need is hunger, Belle said, cutting her meat with careful precision. Want is appetite. One keeps you alive. The other makes life worth living. He looked at her then, really looked, and she saw surprise in those human eyes. "You're not afraid of me." "Should I be?" "Everyone else has been." "Perhaps," Belle said. "Everyone else lacked imagination." He laughed. A sound like distant thunder that might have been frightening, if not for the genuine delight in it. Imagination. Yes. I suppose that's one thing I never valued before. Before? His expression closed. Before I became what you see. She didn't press. In stories, she had learned the most important truths emerged in their own time. Like roses blooming in impossible seasons. They developed a routine. Mornings, Belle explored the castle, finding new rooms that shouldn't exist. A conservatory where it was always spring. An observatory where she could see stars even in daylight. A pool that reflected not her face, but her dreams. Afternoons were for the library, where she discovered not just books, but manuscripts, scrolls, tablets, and languages that predated names. In the evenings they dined together. At first the beast was awkward, his clawed hands struggling with utensils, his size making every movement potentially destructive. But Belle simply moved the candelabras out of range and suggested they eat foods that required no cutting. She read to him after dinner, myths, histories, philosophies, and poems. His education, she discovered, had been quite extensive but narrow, focused on conquest and commerce rather than culture. "Why do you stay?" he asked one night, after she had finished reading. "You could run. I wouldn't stop you." Belle considered the question. She could lie. Say she had given her word, that duty bound her. But something about the castle, about him, demanded truth. "Because," she said, "I have been running my whole life without moving. Running from the unexpected, the ordinary, the safe. Here, nothing is expected or ordinary or safe. Here, I don't have to pretend to be satisfied with less than wonder." "You find wonder in imprisonment." "I find wonder," she said carefully, "in impossibility." Summer descended on the castle, like a held breath slowly released. The rose garden bloomed with violent beauty, and Belle learned that each rose held a memory. Not hers, but the beast's, from before his transformation. She discovered this by accident, reaching for a golden rose only to be suddenly elsewhere, elsewhen. She stood in a ballroom filled with beautiful people, and at its center danced a young man whose beauty was so perfect it seemed almost cruel. He moved through partners like a conqueror through territories, taking tribute in the form of sighs and longing glances. "That was me," the beast said. She hadn't heard him approach, but then, for such a large creature, he moved with surprising silence. "Prince Adam, they called me, though Prince of what hardly mattered. I owned beauty then, hoarded it, believed it was my right. Belle touched another rose, silver this time, and saw the same young man rejecting a beggar woman who sought shelter from a storm, mocking her ugliness, her poverty. She saw the woman transform into something terrible and beautiful, her curse falling like snow, transforming the prince's beauty to a reflection of his inner nature. She said I would remain this way until I learned to love and be loved in return, the beast continued. But who could love this? He gestured at himself with disgust. Perhaps, Belle said softly, someone who understands that love is not about surfaces. She began spending more time in the rose garden, living his memories, understanding the architecture of his curse. She saw his cruelty, yes, but also moments of almost kindness, stunned by pride. She saw loneliness that predated his transformation, an isolation that came from being loved only for his face. Why do you keep returning here? He asked one afternoon, finding her among the roses with tears on her cheeks from a particularly painful memory. His mother's death. The last time anyone had loved him for himself alone. Because, she said, your past doesn't disgust me. It makes me sad. Sad. For the boy who was taught that beauty was power, who never learned until too late that power without kindness is just another kind of poverty. At dinner, he asked her about her own past. She told him about the merchant's house, about sisters who loved her but never understood her, about a father whose love took the form of worry. She told him about books that had been her windows into wider worlds, about the hunger that no amount of food could satisfy, because it was hunger for meaning, for magic, for more. "We're both cursed," she said. "You to be a beast on the outside, me to be one on the inside, never satisfied with ordinary life, always craving the impossible." "You're not a beast," he protested. "Aren't I? What would you call a woman who chooses imprisonment with a monster over freedom with her family?" "Brave," he said. "Extraordinary." Autumn arrived suddenly, the leaves turning to flame overnight. Belle had been at the castle for 6 months, and the world beyond its walls had begun to feel like a dream she'd once had. But dreams have a way of intruding on waking life. The beast found her in the library one evening, staring at nothing, a book forgotten in her lap. "What troubles you?" His voice had gentled over the months, losing its edge of bitter anger. "My father," she admitted. "I dreamt of him last night. He was ill. He was calling for me." The beast was quiet for a long moment, then rose and led her to a room she had never seen before. At its center stood a mirror, tall as a door, its surface clouded with age. Ask it to show you," he said. And so Belle approached the mirror hesitantly. "Show me my father." The surface cleared, and she gasped. Maurice lay in bed, terribly thin, her sisters weeping at his bedside. He was indeed calling for her. Her name, a whisper on his fevered lips. I must go to him," she said, turning to the beast with tears streaming down her face. "If you leave, you will not return." His voice was certain, hollow. I will. I promise. Promises are just words. Words are just air. Then let me prove otherwise. She took his massive pawed hand in both of hers, feeling the careful strength there, the gentleness he had learned. Give me a week, 7 days. If I don't return, then you'll know your cynicism was justified. He looked at their joined hands, as if seeing something impossible. You would come back, truly. I have been happier here with you than I ever was in the world, she said, and realized as she spoke that it was true. But I cannot let my father die believing I am dead or imprisoned. Let me say goodbye properly. He pulled his hand away and walked to the window, his broad back to her. Take the mirror. It will show you the way back, if you choose to use it. 7 days, Belle. After that, you'll come for me. After that, I'll know that even impossible roses can't bloom forever. The journey home took only hours, though Belle knew it should have taken days. The horse moved through forests that parted like curtains, across streams that solidified beneath its hoofs. She arrived to find the cottage in chaos, her sisters trying desperately to manage both the household and their father's illness. Maurice's fever broke the moment Belle touched his forehead. His eyes fluttered open, focused on her face, and he wept. My child, my brave girl, I thought he had killed you. No, Papa. He's not what you think. But how could she explain that the beast was gentler than any man she'd known? That his castle was more to her than any place she'd lived? That she missed him already, after only hours apart? Her sisters were full of questions, horror, fascination. The mirror, wrapped in cloth, she hid beneath her bed. She couldn't bear to look into it, to see what the beast might be doing alone in his castle, whether he believed she would return. The days passed strangely. The cottage felt too small, the village beyond it smaller still. People seemed flat after the beast's dimensionality. their concerns petty, their conversations dull. She found herself starting to tell stories about the enchanted library, the impossible roses, only to stop when she saw the fear or disbelief in their eyes. On the 5th day, her father was well enough to sit up, to take some soup. Her sisters had begun talking about finding her a husband in the village. A good, solid man who would help her forget her ordeal. That night, unable to sleep, Belle unwrapped the mirror. "Show me the beast," she whispered. What she saw stopped her heart. He lay in the rose garden, still as death, roses withering around him. His breathing was shallow, barely visible. Petals fell like snow, covering his prone form. She didn't remember saddling the horse. She didn't remember the journey. She only remembered bursting through the castle gates to find winter had come early here. Ice coating everything except the roses, which were dying in fast forward, their petals black with rot. She found him where the mirror had shown, half buried in dead petals. His eyes were closed. "Beast," she fell to her knees beside him, pulling his massive head into her lap. "Beast, please. I came back. I chose to come back." His eyes opened slightly, unfocused. "Belle, but it's only been 5 days. I couldn't wait. I couldn't." She was crying now, her tears falling on his face. "Please don't leave, please. I need you to stay." "Why?" The word was barely a breath. And Belle knew suddenly and completely the answer that had been growing in her heart like an impossible rose. "Because I love you," she said. "Not despite of what you are, but because of it." "Because you read with me and walked with me and never once tried to make me smaller to fit the world's expectations." "Belle, I love you," she said again, fiercer now. "And I don't care if that makes me strange or wrong or cursed myself. I choose it. I choose you." Light exploded from the beast's form, bright as the birth of stars. Belle shielded her eyes, felt power ripple through the air like heat shimmer. When she could see again, the beast was gone. In her lap lay a man, handsome but not cruelly so, his beauty tempered by something that hadn't been there before. Humanity, vulnerability, the knowledge of what it meant to be monstrous and to be loved anyway. But Belle found herself looking around frantically. Where is he? Where's the beast? The man, Prince Adam, she supposed, sat up slowly, looked at his hands as if they belonged to a stranger. Belle, it's me. The curse is broken. But she stood, stepped back, and he flinched as if she'd struck him. You don't want this, he said, wonder in his voice. You want the beast, not the prince. I want, Belle said carefully, the one who taught me that impossibility was just another word for having tried hard enough. The one who gave me a library that reorganized itself. The one who understood that beauty without kindness was poverty. Adam stood slowly, and she could see it then. The beast's careful grace in his movements, the wariness in his eyes, the way he held himself apart as if afraid of causing harm. I'm still him, he said. The curse changed my outside, but you changed what was within. I'm not who I was before. I can't be. I don't want to be. Belle stepped closer, reaching up to touch his face. His skin was warm. Human. But in his eyes she could still see the winter blue, still see the one who had shown her wonders. Then be both, she said. Be the prince who learned to be beast, who learned to be human, be impossible like your roses. He laughed, and it was still thunder, still distance and delight combined. And you? What will you be? Myself, Belle said. But more. Always more. The roses around them began to bloom again, but differently now. They grew in spirals and fractals and patterns that spoke of order beyond understanding. The castle shimmered and settled into new configurations, neither prison nor paradise, but something between. Something chosen. Stay with me, Adam said. It wasn't a command or a plea, but an invitation. Not because of curses or debts or impossibilities, but because we match. Belle finished. Both of us caught between forms, between worlds, between what is and what could be. They kissed then, in the garden where memories became roses, and roses became promises. And if there was a magic in it, it was the ordinary magic of two people choosing each other, despite or because of their transformations. Scotland's landscape is dotted with magnificent castles, each stone and turret steeped in history and wonder. These remarkable structures have witnessed centuries of Scottish life, from royal celebrations and historic events to enchanting tales of magical creatures and mysterious happenings. More than mere fortifications, these castles serve as keepers of Scotland's rich cultural heritage, housing tales of mischievous goblins, wise wizards, playful fairies, and noble dragons that continue to delight visitors from around the world. The misty highlands and spectacular coastlines of Scotland provide the perfect setting for tales of wonder and enchantment. Here, the ordinary world and the magical realm seem to dance together, allowing colourful legends to flourish across generations. From the majestic Edinburgh Castle, overlooking Scotland's capital, to the picturesque Eilean Donan, situated on its own small island. Each castle has developed its own unique collection of stories, reflecting both historical events and the imaginative spirit of the Scottish people. These legends served multiple purposes throughout Scottish history. They entertained during gatherings, preserved cultural identity during changing times, explained natural phenomena in creative ways, and sometimes shared wisdom with younger generations. They also added a touch of magic to the noble families who owned these castles, making their ancestral homes even more special. Today, these legends continue to captivate visitors who walk through ancient stone corridors or gaze up at towering battlements. They provide a glimpse to Scotland's heart, a nation that cherishes both its historical legacy and its treasury of imaginative tales. Perched majestically atop an ancient volcanic rock, Edinburgh Castle commands a spectacular view of Scotland's capital. For over 1,000 years, this grand fortress has watched over Edinburgh, witnessing countless historical events, while gathering a wonderful tapestry of legends and magical tales. One of the most captivating tales associated with Edinburgh Castle involves the mysterious network of tunnels believed to run beneath the castle and the historic Royal Mile. According to legend, these passages were discovered several centuries ago, prompting the castle authorities to send a young piper boy to explore them. The clever plan was that the boy would walk the length of the tunnels, playing his bagpipes continuously, while above ground, officials would follow the sound to map the underground network. The officials followed the cheerful music of the pipes as they moved along the Royal Mile. But suddenly, near the Tron Kirk, the music faded away. Despite searching everywhere, they couldn't find the boy, who seemed to have discovered something extraordinary in the labyrinth passages beneath the city. In the years since, many have reported hearing the faint sound of bagpipes emanating from beneath the cobbled stones of the Royal Mile, particularly in the quiet morning hours. The talented piper, it seems, continues his musical journey through the secret heart of old Edinburgh. Some versions of the legend suggest the tunnels connected the castle to Holyrood Palace at the opposite end of the Royal Mile, providing a secret passage for the royal household. Others propose that the young piper may have found a doorway to the realm of the fairies, where he now plays for their eternal celebrations. Whatever the truth, the music of the unseen piper has become an enchanting part of the castle's magical heritage. Another fascinating character in Edinburgh Castle's stories is the drummer boy. First mentioned in 1650, the spectral figure appears, playing a warning drum whenever the castle might face danger. Rather than being frightening, the drummer is seen as a protective guardian, using his magical instrument to alert the castle inhabitants of approaching challenges. Some historians suggest this legend may have originated from a real drummer boy who was assigned to watch for approaching visitors and signal their arrival. Over time, the story transformed into a more magical tale of a loyal guardian who continues to protect the ancient fortress with his enchanted drum. Edinburgh Castle is home to a remarkable array of other magical residents. The friendly castle dog, a playful canine spirit that roams near the small cemetery established for officers' pets. The friendly dog is said to wag its tail and perform tricks for children who visit the castle, bringing smiles to young guests. The gentle grey lady, a misty figure occasionally glimpsed near St. Margaret's Chapel, the oldest surviving building in the complex. She's said to bring feelings of peace and tranquility to those who sense her presence. The Green Lady and the Royal Nursery. Among the most beloved magical residents of Edinburgh Castle is the Green Lady, often spotted near the castle's royal apartments. Dressed in a beautiful emerald gown from which she derives her name, the Green Lady is considered a protector of the children who once lived in the castle. These royal chambers hold wonderful tales. Mary, Queen of Scots, gave birth to the future King James VI in a small room here in 1566. And local legend suggests that the Green Lady first appeared during this time, watching over the royal baby and bringing him magical dreams of the prosperous future Scotland would enjoy under his rule. Some castle guides tell children that the Green Lady still leaves small gifts. A shiny pebble, an unusually shaped leaf, or a feather. In unexpected corners of the royal apartments, rewarding curious young visitors who explore the historic rooms with respectful wonder. Edinburgh Castle stands not just as a monument to Scottish history, but as a treasure house of tales that blend historical events with magical imagination. Its ancient stones continue to whisper these legends to those with open hearts and minds. Located in Angus, Glamis Castle rises from the Scottish countryside like something from a storybook. Its stone turrets and battlements creating a fairy tale silhouette against the sky. As the childhood home of the late Queen Mother and the setting of Shakespeare's Macbeth, Glamis continues literary fame with royal connections. Its grand halls and winding corridors are home to some of Scotland's most intriguing and magical tales. One of the most fascinating legends associated with Glamis concerns a special hidden room within the castle walls. According to various accounts, sometime in the past, a secret chamber was created within Glamis Castle, accessible only through cleverly disguised doors and passages. This hidden room supposedly contained something extraordinary. Perhaps a magical artifact, a portal to another realm, or a collection of ancient wisdom. The legend maintains that knowledge of the secret room was passed down from father to son, with only the Earl, his heir, and the estate steward knowing its location at any given time. The tale gained popularity in Victorian times, when the wife of the 13th Earl, Lady Glamis, allegedly conducted a playful investigation to discover this family secret. She reportedly recruited guests to place handkerchiefs at every window visible from the outside, only to discover afterward that one window remained unmarked, suggesting a room whose existence was concealed from most of the household. Some versions of the story claim the hidden chamber contains a magnificent library of magical texts, a collection of curiosities from around the world, or perhaps a magical chest set whose pieces move on their own when no one is watching. Whatever the truth, the legend of Glamis Castle's secret room has become a delightful mystery that continues to intrigue visitors of all ages. Another entertaining legend concerns Alexander Lindsay, the 4th Earl of Crawford, nicknamed Earl Beardy for his impressive long beard. According to local lore, Earl Beardy was staying at Glamis one evening, and he wanted to play cards. And when no one would join his game, he declared in frustration that he would play with anyone who came along. Later that night, it is said that a mysterious stranger arrived at the castle requesting shelter. The stranger agreed to play cards with Earl Beardy, and they retired to a small room to begin their game. Servants passing by heard laughter, conversation, and the sound of cards being shuffled and dealt, continuing far into the night. The legend playfully suggests that Earl Beardy was playing with a very unusual opponent. Perhaps a magical being or a visitor from the fairy realm. and that they became so engrossed in their game that they lost track of time. Some versions claim that if you listen carefully in certain parts of the castle, you can still hear the shuffling of cards, the cheerful exclamations of players enjoying their eternal game. The castle guides often challenge young visitors to press their ears against particular walls, asking if they can hear the distant sound of Earl Beardy's magical card game, continuing through the centuries. Glamis Castle is home to several other enchanting figures, including the White Lady, a graceful figure seen floating through the castle gardens at twilight, particularly near the oldest trees. Some gardeners claim that areas where the White Lady has been spotted always seem to bloom more flowers than others. It is said that often playful spirit children are seen throughout the castle, and sometimes lead young visitors to the castle's most interesting features or most beautiful views. A talented unseen pianist occasionally adds a few notes to melodies played on the castle's antique instruments, sometimes heard. Musicians who perform at Glamis sometimes report hearing harmonies added to their music when playing certain pieces in the castle's music room. Glamis Castle embodies the perfect blend of historical fact and whimsical folklore that characterizes many Scottish legends. Its impressive architecture and long association with nobility have made it a perfect setting for tales that explore themes of family secrets, magical encounters, and hidden wonders. Visitors today can wander its corridors, imagining which stories might contain kernels of magic truth, waiting to be discovered by those with the eyes to see. Situated on the beautiful Isle of Skye, Dunvegan Castle has served as the ancestral home of Clan MacLeod for over 800 years, making it the oldest continuously inhabited castle in Scotland. While its stone walls and battlements speak to centuries of clan history, Dunvegan's most treasured legends revolve around its magical connections to the fairy realm. A perfect association for a castle located on an island whose very name means the Isle of the Mist. Dunvegan's most precious possession is undoubtedly the fairy flag, a special piece of silk carefully preserved and displayed within the castle. According to legend, this magical banner has wonderful powers that have helped Clan MacLeod through difficult times. The flag's origins are the subject of several charming tales, each explaining how it came into the clan's possession. The most enchanting version tells of a MacLeod chief who fell in love with a beautiful fairy princess. Though relationships between mortals and fairies were unusual, the fairy king granted his daughter permission to marry the human chief. But only for 20 years, after which she must return to the fairy realm. When the day of separation arrived, the fairy woman left her mortal husband with a magical gift, the wonderful flag, to protect their son and future generations of MacLeods. Another version suggests the flag was a present from the fairies to a MacLeod nurse who had sung such beautiful lullabies that even the fairy folk stopped to listen. Delighted by her musical talent, they presented her with the enchanted banner to protect the children in her care. The fairy flag is said to possess remarkable abilities. When unfurled during times of need, it brings good fortune to Clan MacLeod. However, this power comes with a special condition. It can only be used 3 times before its magic returns to the fairy realm. Historical stories suggest the flag has already been used twice. Once to ensure victory in an important battle, and again to end a terrible plague that threatened the islanders. The flag's third and final use remains in reserve for Clan MacLeod's moment of greatest need. Beyond bringing victory, some legends claim the flag had additional powers, including the ability to ensure abundant harvests, to heal illness and to bring schools of fish into the loch during times of scarcity. Modern analysis suggests the flag may actually be a silk banner from distant lands, possibly brought back from travels or trading. But such scientific explanations do little to diminish the magical hold this special artifact has on the imagination of visitors and clan members alike. Near Dunvegan Castle stands the ancient ferry bridge, the site where the clan chief reportedly said his final farewell to his fairy wife before she returned to her magical realm. Local tradition holds that this stone bridge marks a special place between the everyday world and the fairy kingdom, a spot where the veil between realms grows particularly thin. Visitors to the bridge sometimes report wonderful experiences, feeling a sudden warmth in the air, hearing distant music with no apparent source, or spotting unusual birds not normally seen in the area. According to local custom, travelers crossing the bridge should leave a small gift: colorful ribbon, shiny coin, or a pretty stone to show appreciation to the fairy folk who might be watching from their hidden realm. The distinctive flat-topped mountains near Dunvegan, known as Macleod's Tables, feature in another magical tale connected to the castle. According to legend, two friendly giants once visited the Macleod chief, who were so impressed by his hospitality that they flattened the tops of two nearby mountains to create massive tables for feasting. These unusual natural features serve as reminders of the clan's legendary generosity and their connections with magical beings. Dunvegan Castle's legends reflect the deep appreciation for wonder and enchantment found throughout the Scottish Highlands. These tales of fairy brides, magical banners, and gentle giants speak to a world where the ordinary and the magical exists side by side, and where even powerful clan chiefs recognize and respected the enchantment that surrounded their island home. Standing majestically atop a rocky crag overlooking the surrounding plains, Stirling Castle occupies one of Scotland's most spectacular locations. This important royal residence of the Stuart dynasty hosted coronations, grand celebrations, and magnificent tournaments. Alongside its rich historical importance, Stirling Castle features in legends that connect it to noble knights, colourful characters, and magical celebrations. Stirling Castle is said to be home to several presences, including the Green Lady and the Pink Lady, whose stories add colour and charm to the castle's long history. The Green Lady is believed to be a helpful guardian who watches over the royal chambers. According to the legend, she once saved the young queen from danger when a candle fell, potentially causing a fire. Now, she continues her watchful service, patrolling the castle's corridors in her elegant green dress, making sure all is well within the royal apartments. Many castle guides tell children that the Green Lady particularly looks after young visitors, and that the sudden cool breezes sometimes felt in the corridors are actually her passing by. The Pink Lady adds a touch of romance to the castle legends. Dressed in a flowing pink silk gown that catches the light beautifully, this elegant figure is said to represent enduring love. She's portrayed as a romantic spirit who ensures that lovers who visit the castle find happiness together. Stirling Castle's connections to chivalric legend were lovingly cultivated by King James IV, who created a Scottish Camelot at Stirling in the early 16th century. Inspired by tales of King Arthur and his knights, James established a round table where knights could gather as equals, hosting spectacular tournaments that brought colour, pageantry, and excitement to the castle. In 1508, James commissioned a special building within the castle grounds, specifically designed to house a magnificent round table where knights could feast together after friendly competitions. The structure included a jousting yard where mounted knights would demonstrate their skill and dexterity before the assembled court. One of the most delightful stories tells of a mysterious knight in shining armor who appeared during a grand tournament, challenging all participants after winning every contest with remarkable skill, the mystery knight revealed himself to be King James IV in disguise, showing both his prowess and his playful spirit. Castle storytellers suggest that on special summer evenings, visitors might glimpse colorful banners and hear the distant sounds of trumpets, as if one of these grand tournaments were still taking place in some magical dimension just beyond our own. Among Stirling Castle's most fascinating features are the Stirling heads, beautifully carved oak medallions that once adorned the ceiling of the king's inner hall. While most of the original wooden carvings have been replaced with careful replicas, their designs continue to delight visitors of all ages. Castle guides often engage children by encouraging them to find hidden animals, magical symbols, mysterious faces within the intricate carvings. Some depict recognizable figures from history and mythology, while others portray individuals whose identities have been lost to time, allowing visitors to imagine their own stories about who these people might have been. The castle's association with wisdom and learning is enhanced by tales of the royal library that once existed in its walls. King James IV was known to collect many books on many subjects and invite learned individuals to his court. Stories tell of a special room where the king and his advisors would share knowledge, read stories from distant lands, and imagine new possibilities for their kingdom. For young visitors, guides sometimes suggest that the geometric patterns found throughout the castle's decorations might contain secret codes or hidden messages, perhaps maps to undiscovered rooms or clues to where small treasures might be hidden. This playful approach turns the exploration of historical architecture into an enchanting treasure hunt. Stirling Castle exemplifies how Scotland's royal fortresses served not only as centres of political importance, but as stages where monarchs could host grand celebrations, pursue knowledge, and create lasting impressions. Behind its impressive stone walls, history and imagination continue to dance together, each enhancing the visitor's appreciation of the other. Scotland's most photographed castle, Elandownan, sits on a small island where 3 sea lochs meet, creating one of the most magical silhouettes in the Highlands. After being damaged centuries ago, the castle was lovingly rebuilt in the early 20th century, making it a symbol of renewal and restoration. This picturesque setting is perfect for tales of selkies, friendly guardians, and magical predictions. The waters surrounding Eilean are said to be home to selkies, enchanting beings that live as seals in the sea, but can shed their skins to become human on land. These magical creatures feature prominently in Scottish coastal folklore, particularly in tales of friendship and magical encounters. One charming local legend tells of a fisherman from the nearby village of Dorney who spotted a group of selkies swimming toward the shore one moonlit evening. Hidden behind rocks, he watched in amazement as they removed their sealskins and transformed into people who danced joyfully on the beach. Fascinated by these magical beings, the fishermen later left gifts of fish and shells for them, earning their friendship. The selkies, grateful for his kindness and respect, blessed his fishing nets to always find a good catch. In return, the fisherman made sure to share stories of the selkies' beauty and magic, while always encouraging his fellow villagers to treat seals with special care and consideration. Near Eilean, visitors often watch for unusual seal behavior, with some lucky ones reporting seals that seem to wave at the castle and its visitors with surprisingly friendly expressions. A more historically connected legend tells of a guardian who watches over Eilean. Historical records confirm that Spanish visitors once stayed at the castle to help defend Scotland, and legend suggests that one particularly kind Spanish soldier continues to look after the castle and its visitors. According to castle lore, this presence ensures that lost items are returned to their owners, and sometimes guides visitors to the castle's most spectacular viewpoints. Castle staff share stories of visitors who have felt a gentle tap on their shoulder, turning to find no one there, only to discover they were about to miss a rainbow over the castle, or an otter playing in the loch below. Some versions of the tale suggest the guardian was a Spanish ambassador who fell in love with Scotland's beauty and promised to always protect this special place, explaining why his spirit chose to remain as a benevolent caretaker rather than returning to his distant homeland. Another magical figure associated with the castle is the Lady Mary, a beautiful presence who appears when happy events are about to affect Clan Mackenzie, the castle's traditional owners. Unlike many castle spirits, the Lady Mary is considered a joyful harbinger who announces good news like births, marriages, and homecomings. Within the castle walls lies a special stone with unusual properties. According to local tradition, visitors who make a wish while touching this stone might find their heartfelt desires coming true, especially wishes for safe journeys, new friendships, or creative inspiration. The stone's magic is said to be strongest for those who approach it with pure intentions and open hearts. These legends reflect Eilean special position, connecting land and sea, history and imagination. Like the castle itself, which bridges the island and mainland with its stone walkway, the tales surrounding Eilean explore the beautiful connections between the everyday world and the magical realms, embodying the distinctive charm of Highland folklore. Scotland's castles stand as monuments not only to the nation's rich history, but to its wonderful imagination. The legends that have grown around these ancient stones reveal much about Scottish creativity and values across the centuries. In Edinburgh Castle's tales of musical pipers and loyal drummers, we see Scotland's appreciation for loyalty and artistic talent. Glamis Castle's legends of hidden rooms and eternal card games reflect the playful side of storytelling and the delight in mysteries waiting to be solved. At Dunvegan's stories of the fairy flag demonstrate the Highland belief in magical protection and the special relationship between noble families and enchanted beings. Stirling Castle's colourful tournaments and friendly guardians speak to ideals of chivalry and hospitality, while Eilean selkies and wishing stones connect human communities to the natural and magical landscapes that surround them. What unites these diverse legends is their connection to specific places. Each castle's tales are uniquely shaped by its location, history, and the community that it's surrounded by. From Edinburgh's volcanic rock to Eilean island setting, the physical features of these sites have inspired centuries of storytelling. Today, as you walk through these ancient stones, listen carefully. Perhaps you'll one day hear the distant sound of bagpipes beneath Edinburgh Castle, or you'll glimpse the White Lady tending Glamis Castle's gardens, or you'll feel the magic of Dunvegan's fairy flag, or sense the excitement of a grand tournament at Stirling, or spot a curious seal watching you from the waters around Eilean. For in Scotland, the line between history and magic has always been wonderfully thin. The castles stand as gateways between these two enchanting worlds. My name is Midnight, and I am, without question, the most important resident of this cottage. The human who lives here, Elara, though I mostly think of her as my human, seems to believe she's in charge. But we cats know better. She feeds me, provides warmth, and keeps the cottage clean for my comfort. A perfectly adequate arrangement. This morning begins like most others, with an outrage. I wake to find my food bowl empty. Completely, scandalously empty. Now, not even a morsel of yesterday's fish remains. This is clearly a catastrophe of the highest order, and I inform my human of this travesty with a series of pointed yowls that echo throughout the cottage. But as I stretch, because one must maintain proper form even in a crisis, a scent hits my sensitive nose that makes my whiskers twitch with indignation. There is a stranger in my garden. An interloper, a usurper of my rightful territory. Through the cottage's small windows, I spot the offender. A brown tabby cat, bold as brass, actually eating my catnip. My catnip. The nerve of this creature knows no bounds. I puff my tail to its full magnificent size and stalk to the door, where I execute a perfect, pitiful, starving cat routine until Elara opens it for me. Humans are so easily trained when you know the right techniques. The morning air is crisp, with the promise of autumn, and I can smell rain coming from the west. But first, territorial matters must be addressed. The invading cat, clearly a peasant with no understanding of proper boundaries, has the audacity to look up from my catnip and meow at me as if we're equals. I fix him with my most withering stare, the one that has cowed mice and made grown humans step aside. This is my domain, I communicate through a series of tail lashes and strategic ear positions. You are trespassing. The stranger, of course apparently too dim to understand basic cat protocol, actually sits down and begins grooming himself in my garden while staring directly at me. The insult cuts deep. I begin my approach, slow, deliberate, each paw placed with calculated precision. This is psychological warfare at its finest. But before I can reach optimal intimidation range, disaster strikes from an entirely unexpected direction. Oh, what a lovely cat! My human has appeared, and she's speaking in that ridiculous voice she uses when she thinks something is cute. To my absolute horror, she's walking toward the intruder with what appears to be a bowl of cream. You must be hungry, poor thing, she coos, setting down my cream for this vagrant. The betrayal stings. Have I not served faithfully? Have I not graced her cottage with my presence, accepting her offerings with dignity? And now she feeds random strays in front of me, as if my position means nothing. I execute a tactical retreat to reconsider my strategy, settling on the stone wall that borders the herb garden. From here I can survey my domain while plotting the downfall of this usurper. The strange cat who I've decided to call the interloper until I can devise a more insulting name, drinks my cream with obvious enjoyment. When he finishes, he has the gall to approach my wall. Nice territory you have here, he says, in the easy manner of cats who've never had to fight for anything. I'm Whiskers. My humans just moved to the village. They're the new blacksmith family. Whiskers. Of course he has a common name like that. No dignity whatsoever. I inform him with as much authority as I can muster. I am Midnight, guardian of this sacred space, protector of the herb garden, and chief advisor to the village's most skilled healer. This is my domain, granted to me by right of residence, intelligence, and superior hunting abilities. Whisker tilts his head. Your human makes medicine? I should have expected such ignorance. My human, I explained with barely concealed patience, is a master of the healing arts. She communes with plants, creates remedies that ease suffering, and possesses knowledge passed down through generations. I, naturally, am her most trusted assistant. This is entirely true. I do assist. Just yesterday, I knocked over a jar of bitter herbs that would have ruined a perfectly good tonic, saving my human, of course, from grave error. She didn't thank me properly, but humans rarely understand the subtleties of my help. So, she's a witch? Whiskers asks, with what sounds like interest rather than fear. I consider this carefully. The villagers do call her a witch sometimes, usually whispered behind their hands when they think no one is listening. But I've heard how they say it, sometimes with suspicion, sometimes with desperate hope when their children are sick and the village priest's prayers aren't enough. She is what she needs to be, I replied diplomatically. This is wisdom I've gained from years of observation. Labels matter less than results, and my human gets results. Our philosophical discussion is interrupted by a commotion from the cottage. Raised voices carry through the morning air, and I recognize the deeper tones of Brother Benedict, the village priest. My fur stands up instinctively. Brother Benedict makes my human nervous, which makes me suspicious of him in principle. He has a habit of sniffing around the cottage, poking at things with his walking stick, and asking pointed questions about the source of Alara's knowledge. More importantly, he smells like incense and disapproval. Two scents I find deeply offensive. I abandoned my territorial dispute for the moment and bound through the cottage door. Whiskers, apparently lacking any sense of propriety, follows me. The scent inside confirms my worst suspicions. Brother Benedict stands near my human's work table, his sharp eyes scanning the carefully arranged herbs and bottles. My human Lara stands beside him, her hands clapped tightly in front of her, a sure sign of distress. The church has concerns, Brother Benedict is saying, his voice carrying the weight of authority that humans seem to find so intimidating. Your remedies have become quite popular. People speak of miraculous recoveries. I only help where I can, my human replies quietly, using knowledge of plants and their properties. Nothing more. I position myself strategically near the work table. If Brother Benedict gets too close to anything important, I'm prepared to take action. It wouldn't be the first time I've accidentally knocked something over to protect my human's interests. Knowledge, Brother Benedict repeats slowly. Knowledge. And where did you acquire this knowledge? It was not from our monastery's texts. This is dangerous territory. I can smell the tension rising like smoke from a poorly tended fire. My human's hands are trembling slightly, and I know she's thinking of her grandmother, who taught her the old ways in secret, away from the church's disapproving gaze. But before my human can formulate a response that won't get her in trouble, another voice interrupts from the doorway. Brother Benedict, thank the Virgin you're here. Anna, the baker's wife, bursts into the cottage, her face flushed from running. Behind her comes young Tom, the blacksmith's apprentice, supporting a heavily pregnant woman I recognize as Mary, the miller's daughter. The baby's coming, Anna gasps. And something's wrong. She's been laboring since yesterday dawn. But the child won't come. Please, Brother Benedict, you must. I am a priest, not a midwife, Brother Benedict says stiffly. But I can see uncertainty in his eyes. The church teaches that suffering in childbirth is God's will, punishment for Eve's sin. But faced with Mary's obvious distress, even he seems troubled. All eyes, of course, turn to my human. This is the moment I've seen before, when the village's suspicion of her unnatural knowledge clashes with their desperate need for her skills. My human steps forward without hesitation. Bring her to the bed, she instructs Tom and Anna. Brother Benedict, if you wish to help, please pray for both mother and child while I examine her. I watch with some sort of admiration as my human transforms from nervous woman to confident healer. This is why I chose to stay with her. This moment, when she becomes something more than human, when her knowledge flows like water finding its proper course. While the humans bustle around settling Mary on the cottage's small bed, I notice Brother Benedict's attention returning to the work table. He spotted the mandrake root, partially hidden behind a jar of mint leaves. Mandrake is problematic. The church considers it devil's work, even though it's one of the most effective pain remedies available. Time for some direct action. I leap onto the table with fluid grace, positioning myself directly in front of the mandrake. Then I begin the most enthusiastic grooming session of my life, making sure my luxurious black fur fans out to completely obscure the offending plant. Brother Benedict frowns at me. Shoo, cat, shoo. I, of course, completely ignore him, switching to grooming my hindquarters with the dedication of a monk at prayer. From this position, I can keep one eye on him while providing maximum coverage for the mandrake. Persistent creature, he mutters, but Mary's labored breathing draws his attention back to the more immediate crisis. My human works with quiet efficiency, her hands gentle as she examines Mary. I can see the concerns in her eyes. This birth is not progressing as it should. The baby has turned wrong, and without help, both mother and child are in danger. The infant is breech, Alara murmurs to Anna. I need to. Is there anything you can do? Anna interrupts, her voice cracking. Some remedy? Some technique? The word hangs in the air like smoke. Everyone knows what Anna is really asking. Does Alara have knowledge beyond what the church approves? Can she do what the priests cannot? Brother Benedict's eyes narrow, and I can sense the trap closing around my human. If she admits to special knowledge, she risks accusations of witchcraft. If she does nothing, Mary and her child may die. But my human has more courage than the priest realizes. Anna, I need you to boil water. Tom, there are clean linens in the chest by the window. Brother Benedict? She pauses, meeting his gaze directly. I am going to attempt to turn this child. It is a technique I've learned from my grandmother, who served as midwife in this village for 30 years. There is nothing supernatural about it, only knowledge of the human body and God's design. The priest considers this. My human has been clever, invoking her grandmother's respected memory and framing her knowledge in terms of divine creation rather than unholy power. While humans prepare for the difficult birth ahead, I notice movement outside the window. Whiskers has gone back to the garden, but he's not alone. The village children have discovered him, and they're making a terrible racket trying to coax him closer. This prevents a new problem. The cottage is already crowded with the birth crisis, and the last thing we need is a gaggle of children adding to the chaos. I abandon my post guarding the mandrake and slip outside through the partially open door. The scene in the garden is worse than I feared. Not only are there 6 children making noise, but they've trampled through Alara's carefully tended herb plots and their enthusiasm to pet the new cat. Young Sarah has managed to grab Whiskers and is squeezing him with the excessive affection that children mistake for love. I could simply ignore this disaster, but the herb garden is sacred. Those plants are essential to my human's work, and I cannot stand by while they're destroyed by careless feet. I execute my most impressive threat display. Back arched, fur standing on end, a yowl that could wake the dead. The children freeze, suddenly remembering why their parents tell them to be careful around cats. Shoo, children, I command, advancing with deliberate menace. Away from the sacred herbs. This is not a playground. Most of the children scatter, but young Sarah holds on to Whiskers with stubborn determination. This calls for more subtle tactics. I approach her slowly, switching to my most persuasive purr. Children are sensitive creatures. Show them something more interesting than what they're currently doing, and they'll abandon their first focus immediately. "Sarah," I meow in my most compelling voice, winding around her ankles. "Wouldn't you rather help inside? There's a baby being born, very exciting, much more interesting than bothering a strange cat." She releases Whiskers to pet me instead. Victory. Sometimes diplomacy works better than intimidation. Sarah listens inside. Her eyes widen. I purr, gently herding her toward the cottage door. "Your assistance may be needed. Very important work for a big girl like you." The other children, drawn by Sarah, forget about the garden entirely and crowd toward the cottage. I allow them to enter first and follow with my dignity intact. Inside, the birth is progressing. My human has successfully turned the baby, and Mary's labored breathing has erased slightly. Brother Benedict kneels nearby, praying quietly, while Anna boils water and Tom hovers anxiously. The children's arrival actually helps. Their excited chatter distracts Mary from her pain, and their innocence seems to reassure Brother Benedict that nothing unholy is happening here. Just a skilled woman helping another woman in the most natural way possible. I settle on my favorite cushion near the hearth, keeping one eye on the proceedings while maintaining my dignity. Whiskers, apparently lacking any sense of appropriate boundaries, makes himself comfortable on my second favorite cushion. I allow this temporary transgression given the circumstances. The birth takes another hour, but finally, a baby's cry fills the cottage. Mary weeps with relief, while my human wraps the infant, a healthy boy, in clean linen. Anna bustles about making tea, Tom grins like he personally accomplished something miraculous, and even Brother Benedict looks satisfied. "God's work," the priest announces, and my human nods humbly, though I can see the pride in her eyes. She did this. Her knowledge, her skill, her courage saved 2 lives today. As the excitement settles and the visitors prepare to leave, I notice Brother Benedict approaching the work table once more. But this time, his attention is caught by something else entirely. A small jar of honey that's been knocked over, its contents spreading across the wooden surface. I follow his gaze and realize with horror that in all the commotion, someone has disturbed my careful arrangement. The mandrake root is now clearly visible, sitting in a pool of honey like evidence of some arcane ritual. Brother Benedict's eyes narrow. "What plant is this?" My human turns, sees the exposed mandrake, and I watch her face pale. This could ruin everything. After successfully helping with the birth, after demonstrating that her knowledge comes from natural learning rather than dark powers, this single plant could still damn her. But then, Whiskers does something extraordinary. the foolish tabby cat suddenly yowls as if in great distress and launches himself directly at the work table. His claws catch the edge of the honey jar, sending it spinning across the surface. The jar strikes the mandrake root, knocking it to the floor where it rolls under a cabinet and out of sight. Brother Benedict steps back, brushing honey from his robes with obvious annoyance. "You clumsy beast!" "I'm so sorry," my human says quickly, moving to clean up the mess. "The cats must have gotten onto the table while we were distracted. You know how curious they can be." I stare at Whiskers in amazement. This bumbling interloper has just saved my human from serious trouble, and he did so naturally that Brother Benedict suspects nothing more than feline mischief. Perhaps this strange cat isn't entirely without merit. Brother Benedict departs with the others, apparently satisfied with whatever he witnessed. As the cottage returns to quiet, my human sinks into her chair with visible relief. "Well," she murmurs, scratching behind my ear in the way I particularly enjoy, "that could have gone much worse." I purr agreement, then look meaningfully toward the cabinet where the mandrake root lies hidden. Some things are better kept secret, at least from small-minded humans who can't appreciate the full spectrum of healing arts. But the day is far from over. As the afternoon sun slants through the cottage windows, I notice movement in the root cellar where my human stores her dried herbs. The wooden stairs creak under small, skittering feet, and my hunting instincts sharpen immediately. Rats. This is a serious problem. The cellar contains not just food stores, but precious herbs that take months to dry properly. A family of rats could destroy weeks of careful preparation in a single night. I inform Whiskers of the situation, and to his credit, he immediately grasps the severity of the crisis. "How many?" he asks, his ears prickled forward alertly. "At least 3 adults, possibly with young ones," I report, after a careful sniff near the cellar entrance. "They've made nests in the grain sacks and begun investigating the herb bundles." "This is war then," Whiskers says, with the first show of proper seriousness I've seen from him. And so, we descend into the cellar together, our eyes adjusting to the dim light filtering through the small windows. The space is cramped but organized. Shelves lined with pottery jars, bundles of herbs hanging from the ceiling, sacks of grain and dried beans arranged against the walls. And there, bold as you please, a large brown rat sits atop a sack of barley, actually eating the grain while staring directly at us. I exchange a look with Whiskers. This level of disrespect cannot stand. "You take the left side," I whisper. "I'll circle right. We drive them toward the center where they can't escape." "Agreed," Whiskers whispers back. "On your signal." hunt that follows is a thing of beauty. 2 cats working in perfect coordination, using the cellar's layout to our advantage, of course. We flush out not 3 rats, but 5. A serious infestation that could have caused tremendous damage if left unchecked. I personally account for 2 of the invaders, while Whiskers proves surprisingly content by catching one and cornering another until I can assist. The 5th rat escapes through a crack in the foundation, but not before I land a warning bite that will ensure it spreads word about the new security arrangements. As we emerge from the cellar, victorious and slightly dusty, I realize that Whiskers has earned a measure of respect. Any cat who takes rat hunting seriously and doesn't attempt to claim credit for my kills deserves consideration as a potential ally, rather than an interloper. Your territory is well defended now, Whisker says, grooming cellar dust from his paws. Those rats won't return soon. Our territory, I correct him, surprising myself with the admission. It seems there's enough space for 2 cats, provided proper protocols are observed, of course. Whiskers looks pleased, but doesn't push his luck by acting overly familiar. Yes. Smart cat. Yes. Our diplomatic breakthrough is interrupted by a new crisis. Through the cottage windows, I can see dark clouds building on the western horizon. The rain I smelled this morning is finally approaching, and it looks to be a serious storm. Now this presents multiple problems. First, my human has herbs drying on outdoor racks that must be brought inside before they're ruined. Second, the neighbors' chickens are loose again, wandering through the village and likely to end up in our garden seeking shelter. Third, and most personally concerning, I can smell wet dog approaching from the direction of the mill. Dogs and cats have a natural understanding about territory, but wet dogs lose all sense altogether. They shake themselves wherever they please. They track mud through clean spaces and generally make nuisances of themselves. I alert my human to the approaching weather by the time-tested method of running to the cottage door, yowling urgently, then running to the window to stare meaningfully at the clouds. She, of course, being properly trained by myself, immediately grasps the situation. "Oh, the herbs!" she exclaims, hurrying outside to gather the drying racks. Whiskers and I assist by supervising the operation and ensuring no precious plants are left behind. The wind is picking up now, and I can hear thunder rumbling in the distance. But as we work, the chicken situation becomes critical. Sure enough, a flock of the neighbor's birds comes flapping and squawking into the garden, seeking shelter from the approaching storm. Normally, I might ignore them. Chickens are too large for practical hunting and too stupid for interesting conversation. But they're heading directly for the freshly planted herb seedlings that represent my human's winter medicine supply. This cannot be allowed. I signal to Whiskers, and we execute a perfect pincer movement. I take the direct approach, advancing with purpose and announcing my territorial claims through strategic hissing. Whisker's circles wide, appearing behind the flock to prevent escape in that direction. The chickens, being chickens, immediately panic and begin running in circles while squawking at volumes that could wake the dead. This attracts the attention of young Tom the blacksmith, who comes running to investigate the commotion. "Here! Here!" Tom calls, waving his arms to herd the chickens back toward their proper home. "Come along, you silly birds." With human assistance, we successfully redirect the chicken invasion. The birds retreat to their own yard just as the first fat raindrops begin to fall. Whiskers and I take shelter under the cottage's small porch, watching the storm develop with professional interest. Rain means fewer mice venturing out, but it also drives insects seeking dry places, creating different hunting opportunities. "Good day's work," Whisker comments, settling into a comfortable loaf position. "Indeed," I agree, though I maintain my dignity by keeping some distance between us. Alliance is one thing, excessive familiarity is another. The storm passes quickly, leaving the air clean and cool. As evening approaches, my human prepares our dinner. Fresh fish from the morning market, cream from the grateful miller whose daughter delivered safely, and a special portion of catnip for me as recognition of my day's service. Whiskers, being a guest, receives a respectable meal of fish scraps and fresh water. I note with approval that he waits for me to begin eating before starting my own meal. Proper etiquette. As we dine, I reflect on the day's events. Territory successfully defended, rats eliminated, dangerous herbs protected from official scrutiny, chickens redirected, storm preparations completed. A thoroughly productive day by any measure. But more than that, I've gained an ally. Now, Whiskers may lack my sophistication and deep knowledge of the cottage's routines, but he's proven himself competent in crises and respectful of proper hierarchy. These are valuable qualities in a partner. After dinner, as my human settles by the fire with her mending, both cats find our preferred spots in the cottage's warm embrace. I claim my traditional position on the cushion nearest the hearth, while Whiskers settles on a rag nearby. Close enough to demonstrate acceptance, far enough to show he understands his place. The cottage fills with the peaceful sounds of the evening. The fire crackling softly, my human's needle moving through fabric, the gentle patter of residual rain on the thatched roof. Outside, the village settles into sleep, secure in the knowledge that skilled hands are available when needed. I begin my evening grooming routine, a meditative process that helps me process the day's events. Today brought challenges, but each was met and overcome with proper application of feline wisdom and strategic thinking. My human glances over at us, and I catch the fond smile on her face. She understands, I think, that she is blessed now with not just one but two guardian cats. Double the protection, double the hunting prowess. double the wisdom to guide her through whatever challenges tomorrow may bring. As the fire burns lower and the cottage grows drowsy, I allow my eyes to drift closed. Tomorrow will bring new adventures, new problems to solve, new demonstrations of my superior intelligence and tactical thinking. But tonight, all is well in my domain. I purr softly, the sound joining with Whisker's gentle snoring and the settling sounds of the cottage around us. This is how it should be, predator and prey in proper balance, territory secure, allies chosen wisely, and humans properly supervised. Life as a witch's cat is challenging work. But someone must do it, and I, Midnight, am clearly the cat for the job. The last thing I see before I sleep is my human banking the fire for the night, moving with the quiet confidence of someone who knows her place in the world. Thanks to my efforts, and admittedly some small assistance from Whiskers, she is safe, her reputation intact, her skills available to help the village through whatever troubles may come. Tomorrow I shall have to teach Whiskers about the seasonal herb gathering routines, the proper protocol for dealing with various types of human visitors, and the ancient art of appearing completely innocent while conducting necessary surveillance operations. But I'm getting ahead of myself. That is tomorrow's work. Tonight we rest, secure in our cottage, surrounded by the scents of healing herbs and the warmth of well-tended fire. All of it is as it should be in the domain of Midnight, guardian cat, tactical advisor, and keeper of cottage wisdom. My purr deepens as sleep approaches, a sound of complete satisfaction with the day's work well done. My name is Midnight, and I wake this morning to discover that my new ally has absolutely no understanding of proper breakfast protocols. Whiskers sits beside not one, but both food bowls, looking extremely pleased with himself. His whiskers, appropriately named, I must admit, are covered in fish remnants that clearly came from my bowl, the one positioned closest to the hearth, the one I have eaten from every morning for the past 3 years. "Good morning," Whiskers announces cheerfully. "I hope you don't mind. My humans forgot to feed me before they left for the forge, and your human put out 2 bowls, so I thought—" "You thought incorrectly," I inform him, with as much patience as I can muster before my first meal. The bowl positioning is not arbitrary. The bowl nearest the hearth is mine, by right of seniority and residence. The bowl near the door is yours, indicating your position as guest and junior partner in this territory. Whiskers tilts his head, considering this. But they're both the same size, and they had the same food. This is going to require more education than I anticipated. It is not about the size or contents I explain, settling beside the remaining bowl with what dignity I can salvage. It is about the principle of order. Without structure, we descend into chaos. Today, you eat from my bowl through ignorance. Tomorrow, you're sleeping on my cushion. And before we know it, the entire social fabric of this cottage has unraveled. Oh, I would never sleep on your cushion, Whiskers says earnestly. It smells too much like you. I choose to take this as a compliment. The truth is, while my breakfast has been compromised, I find myself unable to maintain proper outrage. Whiskers' humans, the new blacksmith family, are still settling into village life, and I've observed that they often leave before dawn, sometimes forgetting to feed their cat in their rush to open the forge. This is poor human training on Whiskers' part, but not malicious intent. In the future, I say, adopting my most authoritative tone, you will wait for me to eat first. Then you may finish anything I leave in either bowl. This is the proper protocol. That seems fair, Whiskers agrees, then adds, You are a very organized cat. Someone has to be, I reply, thinking of the chaos that would surely reign without my guidance. My human, Elara, emerges from her sleeping alcove, already dressed and moving with the purposeful energy that means market day. She keeps a schedule more reliable than the church bells, and I have learned to read her patterns like a hunter reads tracks. Today, she will pack her remedies and dried herbs, walk to the village square, and spend the morning selling her preparations to villagers who need them. She returns by midday, restocks her supplies, and spends the afternoon preparing new medicines. It is a good routine, predictable and safe, except that I notice her hands trembling slightly as she wraps bundles of feverfew. She keeps glancing toward the door, and I catch the scent of anxiety rising from her like smoke. Brother Benedict's visit yesterday has unsettled her more than she's admitting. I position myself strategically near the work table, keeping watch while she prepares. This is one of my primary duties, monitoring my human's emotional state and providing presence when needed. Humans are fragile creatures, prone to worry, and they require the steadying influence of a superior being nearby. Midnight, stop staring at me, Elara mummers, reaching down to scratch behind my ears. I'm fine. She is not fine, but I appreciate her attempt at reassurance. Humans often need to convince themselves of things before they can be true. A knock at the door interrupts my surveillance. It's young Tommy, the baker's son, perhaps 10 years old, and he stands with his usual gape-toothed grin. Morning, Miss Ilara. Ma sent me to help carry your baskets to market. This is the arrangement every week. Tommy helps transport Ilara's goods, and his mother receives a discount on remedies. A sensible trade that benefits both parties. What is not part of the arrangement is the massive brown creature that barrels through the door the moment Tommy opens it. Bruno the dog. I have strong opinions about dogs, and none of them are complimentary. Dogs are loud, chaotic, and completely lacking in dignity. They cannot groom themselves properly. They smell of enthusiasm and poor decisions, and they have no concept of personal space or territorial boundaries. Bruno is all of these things magnified by his enormous size. He's some sort of mix, mastiff mix, all paws and tongue and mindless good cheer. He spots me immediately, and his tail begins wagging with such violence that it knocks over a small basket of dried chamomile. "Tommy," Ilara exclaims. "The dog cannot be in here." "Oh, sorry, Miss Ilara. Bruno, out, out." But Bruno has now spotted Whiskers and believes he has found a new friend. He bounds toward the tabby cat with the grace of a falling boulder. Whiskers, to his credit, does not panic. He simply leaps straight up onto the work table, landing beside a precarious stack of pottery jars. Bruno crashes into the table's leg with enough force to set everything rattling. I spring into action. My responsibility is clear. Remove the dog from the cottage before he destroys my human's careful work. But I must do so in a way that maintains plausible deniability. Ilara cannot know that I am deliberately herding her livestock, or she might begin to suspect the full extent of my intelligence and organizational capabilities. Humans become nervous when they realize how much we actually understand. I position myself between Bruno and the work table, puffing my tail to maximize size. Bruno, being a dog, interprets this as an invitation to play. He drops into a bow, tail still destroying everything in its wake. "Bruno, no!" Tommy is trying to grab the dog's collar, but Bruno thinks this is part of the game. I yowl, a specific sound that I know Ilara interprets as extreme distress, must investigate immediately. She hurries over, and in her concern for my safety, leaves the cottage door wide open. Perfect. I bolt for the door, knowing Bruno's prey drive, such as it is, will compel him to chase. Sure enough, the massive beast lumbers after me. I lead him out into the garden, then up to the stone wall where he cannot follow, his frustrated barking echoing across the morning air. Tommy catches up, red-faced and apologetic. Bad dog. Bad Bruno. Bruno wags his tail, clearly believing he has done something wonderful. From my position on the wall, I observe Whiskers slipping out the cottage and joining me. Together we watch Tommy wrestle Bruno back toward his home. The boy's constant apologies fading as they disappear down the lane. That was clever, Whiskers says, admiringly. You made yourself a target so he'd chase you out instead of destroying the cottage. It was simply the most effective solution, I reply, though I admit to a small glow of satisfaction at the recognition. We return to find Ilara sweeping up the scattered chamomile, muttering about foolish dogs and why does Tommy always bring that beast? She appears to believe the wind scattered the herbs. The window was open after all, and a convenient breeze supports the interpretation. I allow her this belief. Sometimes the best service we provide is invisible. Market day proceeds without further canine intervention. Ilara and Tommy depart with loaded baskets, and I settle into my mid-morning routine. Perimeter check, grooming, strategic nap positioning to maximize sunbeam exposure. Whiskers has his own routine, I've discovered. He makes a circuit of the entire garden, marking certain spots, investigating any changes since yesterday. He's more thorough than I initially gave him credit for. Less sophisticated than my methods, perhaps, but effective in his own way. I'm engaged in my second grooming session. One must maintain standards. When I hear the cottage door open again, this is irregular. Ilara should not return for hours yet. I slip through the window, left open for exactly this purpose, and discover not Ilara, but old widow Martha, letting herself inside. She has a key, which she's only meant to use in emergencies, and she's carrying a basket that's making suspicious meowing sounds. This cannot be good. Martha is a kind woman, generous with her soup and her prayers, but she has a habit of helping in ways that, well, create more problems than they solve. Last month, she brought Ilara an enormous quantity of cabbage from her garden. More cabbage than any reasonable person could use. And my human spent days desperately making sauerkraut and giving it to neighbors before it spoiled. I follow Martha inside, maintaining a respectful distance while assessing the threat level. Ilara? Oh, she must be at market, Martha mutters to herself, setting the basket on the table. "Well, I'll just leave this little dear here. She needs more cats anyway, living alone like that. Cats are good company." On this we agree, but I have a terrible suspicion about what's in that basket. Martha lifts the lid, and my worst fears are confirmed. A kitten. Not just any kitten. An orange tabby ball of chaos, with enormous ears, needle claws, and the crazed eyes of something that has never learned what fear means. It cannot be more than 8 weeks old. All fuzzy fur and violent energy. "There you go, little one," Martha coos, lifting it out. "You'll have such a nice home here." She sets the kitten on the floor, gives it one last pat, and departs, clearly feeling virtuous about her charitable deed. The kitten spots me immediately. Now, I have dealt with kittens before. The key is to establish dominance early through careful displays of size and dignity. I draw myself up to full height, fix it with my most withering stare, and wait for the inevitable submission. The kitten attacks my tail. Not a playful swat, a full-on assault, with all 4 sets of claws and its tiny little teeth. It hangs from my tail like some sort of demented orange ornament, growling in a way that would be menacing if it weren't so utterly ridiculous. I spin, trying to dislodge it. The kitten releases my tail and immediately launches itself at a stack of papers on Alara's desk, scattering them across the floor. Then it spots the ink pot. "Oh no," I begin. But it's too late. The kitten swats the ink pot with one paw, sending it rolling across the desk. Black ink spreads across parchment, drips onto the floor. The kitten, now fascinated by the shiny black puddle, walks directly through it, leaving tiny inky paw prints everywhere. Whiskers arrives through the window at this moment, takes in the scene, and makes a sound I can only describe as a wheeze of suppressed laughter. "It's not funny," I hiss. "We need to contain this creature before..." The kitten has discovered the curtains. It scales them with the enthusiasm of a creature that has never heard the word no in its short life. Tiny claws catching in the fabric. It reaches the top, sways dangerously, and yowls in triumph before realizing it has no idea how to get down. "Should we help it?" Whiskers asks, still sounding amused. "Absolutely not," I reply with dignity. "It got itself up there, it can figure out how to..." The kitten jumps, simply launches itself into space with complete faith that somehow this will work out. It lands on the work table, knocking over a jar of dried mint which shatters on the floor. The kitten tears through the mint leaves, scattering them further, now covered in ink, plant matter, and its own terrible life choices. "Right," I say, abandoning all pretense of superiority. "Help me catch it before it destroys the entire cottage." What follows is perhaps the most undignified 10 minutes of my life. The kitten is fast, fearless, and completely insane. It evades every attempt of capture, treating our efforts as a delightful game. At one point, it's on top of my head. Whiskers tries to pin it into a corner, but it scrambles directly over him, leaving inky paw prints across his tabby stripes. Finally, through sheer luck more than skill, Whiskers manages to grab it by the scruff. The kitten immediately goes limp, the natural response to being carried by a parent, though neither of us are remotely qualified for that role. "Now what?" Whiskers asks, dangling the kitten, purring loudly. "We hide it," I decide, "in a basket with a cloth over it until Ilara returns. She will see it, realize this is an insane creature that cannot be trusted, and return it to Martha." We locate a suitable basket, line it with some soft cloth, and deposit the kitten inside. It immediately begins purring and kneading the fabric, apparently exhausted from its reign of terror. We place a cloth over the top, not sealed, allowing some air, but dark enough to encourage sleep. "You think that'll work?" Whiskers asks, doubtfully. "It has to," I reply, surveying the damage. Ink, broken pottery, scattered herbs, curtains hanging askew. "Help me clean this before Ilara returns." We do our best. Whiskers and I work together, pushing the larger pieces of broken pottery into a pile, using our paws to gather the scattered mint back into a semblance of organization. The ink is beyond our capabilities, but perhaps we can make it look like an accident rather than an assault by an orange chaos demon. Ilara returns just as we're finishing. She takes in the scene. Broken jar, scattered herbs, ink stains, and two cats trying very hard to look innocent. "What happened here?" she asks, though her tone suggests she doesn't really expect an answer. I execute my most convincing "I was asleep and just woke up" routine, complete with elaborate stretching and yawning. Ilara sighs, fetches a broom, and begins cleaning properly. She's just finishing when she notices the basket. "What's this? I didn't leave a basket here." She lifts the cloth. The kitten wakes, sees her face, and makes the most pathetically adorable mewing sound I have ever heard. Its enormous eyes blink up at her. and I can see my humans' resolve melting like snow in the spring sun. "Oh no," she breathes. "Oh, you poor little thing, where did you come from?" I notice Martha's shawl is still draped over a chair. She must have forgotten it. Elara spots it too, and understanding dawns. "Martha," Elara says, "of course." She lifts the kitten, which immediately begins purring and nuzzling her chin. I watch with growing horror as she cradles it, smiling despite herself. "You're very sweet," she tells it gently. "But I already have 2 cats, and you've clearly been causing trouble. Look at these inky paws." Hope rises in my chest. She's going to refuse. She has to refuse. And then, right on cue, there's another knock at the door. Martha returns, looking for her shawl. "Oh, you found the kitten," Martha beams. "Isn't she precious? I found her abandoned by the road this morning, poor little mite, and I thought Elara lives alone. She could use another cat." "Martha, that's very kind," Elara begins diplomatically, "but 2 cats is already quite a lot. This one is very young. It needs a lot of attention." "Exactly. You're so good with animals," Martha interrupts. "She'll be no trouble at all." I watch Elara struggle between kindness and practicality. She glances at me and Whiskers. "Well, what do you 2 think? Should we keep her?" We both shake our heads vigorously. Whiskers adds a pointed yowl that clearly means absolutely not. Elara laughs. "I think the current residents have spoken, Martha. She's adorable, but I truly cannot take on a 3rd cat. Perhaps the Miller family? Their barn cat just had kittens. 1 more would fit right in." Relief floods through me, as Martha, though disappointed, accepts the reasoning. She departs with the kitten, who meows piteously all the way down the path. "You 2 really don't like sharing, do you?" Elara says, amused. "Don't worry. You're quite enough chaos for 1 cottage." She has no idea. After the kitten crises, Whiskers and I retreat to the garden to recover our dignity through strategic grooming and pretending that the last hour didn't happen. The sun is warm. The herbs smell pleasant. And for a short moment I allow myself to simply exist without responsibility. This peaceful moment lasts approximately 6 minutes. "Midnight," Whisker says carefully. "Something's wrong with the garden." I rise immediately, senses alert. "What do you smell?" "Not smell. Look." He leads me to the feverfew patch. The same herb Elara was packaging this morning. Several plants show fresh cuts. The stems sheared cleanly about 2 inches from the ground. Someone has harvested them, and recently. This is not bird damage or rabbit browsing. This is a knife. I examined the cuts more closely, catching the faint scent of human sweat and something else. Fear, perhaps, or desperation, I'm not sure. Not the confident cutting of someone who knows what they're doing, but the hasty work of someone stealing quickly. Should we tell Alara? Whisker asks. Not yet. No, we need more information. I study the garden more carefully. The thief took only feverfew. Useful for headaches and fever, but not the most valuable herb here. They passed by the more expensive lavender, the harder to find. This suggests either ignorance or specific need. We'll watch tonight, I decide. If they come back, we'll see who they are. But the thief doesn't wait for night. We're doing our afternoon perimeter check when I spot movement near the garden gate. A girl, perhaps 10 years old, slips through the opening with the nervous energy of someone doing something they know is wrong. She's thin, not just child slender, but genuinely underfed. Her dress is patched and worn, her feet wrapped in cloth rather than proper shoes. She carries a small knife, the kind used for eating rather than gardening, and approaches the herb with the desperate speed of frightened prey. I chase her off. It would be justified. She's stealing from my territory, from my human's livelihood. But something about her careful, fearful movements makes me pause. She cuts several stems, wraps them quickly in her apron, and runs. Should we follow? Whiskers asks. Yes. We trail her through the village, keeping to shadows and fence lines. She's too focused on her destination to notice two cats maintaining surveillance. She leads us to the very edge of the village, where the poorer cottages huddle against the forest's edge. The building she enters is barely more than a shed. Thatch roof patched with branches, gaps in the walls stuffed with rags and mud. We circle the cottage carefully. Through a crack in the door, I can just see inside. A woman lies on a thin pallet, her face flushed with fever. The girl kneels beside her, trying to make tea from the stolen herbs. But she's doing it wrong, using too much, not steeping it long enough, adding other herbs that will make it bitter and less effective. We watch for a few more minutes. The woman is clearly very sick, and the girl is terrified and alone. There's no father visible, no other family. Just a desperate child trying to save her mother with stolen herbs and incomplete knowledge. This is the kind of problem that has no simple solution. We could tell Alara, but that might result in the girl being punished for theft. We could chase the girl away from future stealing, but that leaves the sick woman without help. We could do nothing, but that feels wrong too. We tell Alara, I decide finally. But we tell her in a way that focuses on the sick woman, not the theft. How? Whiskers asks reasonably. She doesn't understand us. We make her understand. Now this is where years of training my human pays dividends. I have taught Alara to read certain behaviors. The something outside yowl, the my food bowl is unacceptable complaint, the danger approaching alert. Now I need to communicate something more complex. There is a person who needs help in that direction. We return to find Alara restocking her shelves with the herbs and remedies that didn't sell at the market. She's humming softly, a sign that the day went well and she's in a receptive mood. I begin my performance. First, I jump onto the work table. Not allowed, but necessary. Alara shoos me down. I jump back up. This happens 3 times before she pays real attention. Midnight, what is wrong with you? I carefully knock over the jar of feverfew. Not breaking it, just dipping it on its side. The dried flowers spill across the table. Midnight! Alara moves to clean it up. I knock over the coin box next. Not the whole thing, just nudging it so a few coins fall. I hear Whiskers make a small sound of admiration at this touch. Are you feeling all right? Alara is concerned now by my behavior. I jump down and run to the door, yowling. The specific follow me yowl that I've only used twice before. Once for a fire, once for a child who fell in the well. Alara knows all too well this yowl means urgency. She grabs her medicine bag, another good sign, and follows me out the door. Show me. I lead her through the village, pausing frequently to make sure she's following. Whiskers flanks her on the side, adding his own encouraging meows. The villagers we pass look at us strangely. A woman following 2 cats through the streets. But Alara has learned to trust these moments. We reach the poor cottage. I scratch at the door, then look back at Alara meaningfully. She hesitates, then knocks. The girl opens it, sees Alara, and terror floods her face. I didn't mean it. I was going to pay you back. My mother is sick and I didn't know what else to do. Hush, child, Alara says gently, pushing past into the cottage. She takes one look at the fevered woman and immediately begins her assessment. I watch her from the doorway as my human transforms into healer mode. She examines the woman, asks the girl questions, checks the poor attempt at feverfew tea. This is pneumonia, Alara says finally. Your mother is very sick. You did right to try and treat her, but this is not enough. She needs stronger medicine. I don't have money, the girl whispers, tears streaming down her face. You don't need money, Elara replies firmly. I don't need money. I need hot water and clean cloths. Can you do that? The girl nods, desperate with hope. What follows is an hour of careful medical work. Elara prepares proper medicines, makes poultices for the woman's chest, instructs the girl on proper care. She learns that the father died last winter, leaving them with nothing. The girl has been trying to manage alone, too frightened to ask for help, resorting to theft out of sheer desperation. You should have come to me, Elara tells her gently. This is what I do, heal people, all people, whether they can pay or not. But they say that you're a... The girl trails off. A witch. Elara's smile is sad. Some do. But I'm also the only healer in a day's travel. And your mother needs help, which is all that matters. She leaves herbs, medicine, and food from her own supplies. Makes the girl promise to send for help if the fever doesn't break by morning. We walk home in the golden light of late afternoon. Elara quiet and thoughtful. Thank you, she says softly to both of us. I don't know how you knew, but thank you. I purr my acknowledgement. Whiskers rubs against her legs. But our satisfaction is short-lived. We're barely back at the cottage when Brother Benedict appears on the path, his dark robes making him look like a moving shadow in the fading light. Elara, he greets her with cold formality. I heard you visited the widow Morgan's cottage today. Yes, her daughter came for help, Elara replies. The woman has pneumonia. I provided medicine. Yes. How charitable, Benedict's tone suggests. This is not a compliment. And how did you know to go there? The girl says she didn't ask for your help. Elara hesitates. I can smell her fear rising. Someone told me she was sick. Someone. Benedict's eyes sweep over us cats, and I suppress the urge to arch my back. The girl mentioned something interesting. She said a black cat led you there. Showed you the way, she said. Almost as if it understood what was needed. Cats are clever animals, Elara says lightly. They wander all over the village. It was a coincidence. Was it? Benedict steps closer. I've heard talk, Elara, about your cats. About how they seem to know things, especially the black one. Help you in ways that seem unnatural. Some say you speak to them. Some say they're your familiars, spirits bound to serve you. The air feels dangerous. This is the moment where everything could change. They're just cats, Alara says. They're clever, they're affectionate, and sometimes they do strange things as cats do. But they're not spirits or familiars. They're just cats. Just cats, Benedict repeats. He stares at me for a long moment, and I force myself to remain still, to look exactly like a normal cat who understands nothing of this conversation. Finally, he nods slowly. Perhaps, but I'm watching, Alara. The church is watching. Your charitable works are noted, as is the unusual behavior of your household. He leaves, and Alara sags against the doorframe. This is getting dangerous, she whispers. I wind around her ankles, offering what comfort I can. Whiskers sits beside me, his usual cheerfulness subdued. Inside, Alara feeds us in distracted silence. She sits by the fire, but doesn't take up her usual mending. Just stares into the flames, worrying. Did we make things worse? Whiskers asks me. I don't know, I admit. We saved a woman's life, but we also made Alara more visible, more suspicious. Was it worth it? I consider this. In the distance, in that poor cottage on the village edge, a woman's fever is breaking because Alara had the right medicine at the right time. A frightened girl is no longer alone with her terror. Yes, I say finally, it was worth it. We'll deal with the consequences. As night falls, the cottage settles into an uneasy peace. Alara finally goes to bed, though I can hear her restless movements through the curtain. Whiskers and I take up our positions. Me by the hearth, him by the door. Midnight, Whiskers says softly. Yes? Tomorrow, I'm going to watch the poor cottage. Make sure no one bothers them. I look at him with new respect. Good. I'll maintain surveillance here, keep watch for Benedict, or anyone else asking questions. We're a team then, Whiskers says, and there's a question in his voice. We're a team, I reluctantly confirm. Outside, the village sleeps. Tomorrow will bring new challenges. Benedict's scrutiny, the risk of helping people openly, the constant balance between doing good and staying safe. Tonight, 2 cats keep watch over one healer, who tries to help, even when it's dangerous. Somewhere in the darkness, a sick woman breathes easier because a child stole herbs and 2 cats understood what it meant. Life as a witch's cat is complicated work, but someone has to do it. My last thought before we sleep. Tomorrow, I'll teach Whiskers the proper protocols for intelligence gathering and surveillance. If we're going to protect Alara from her own dangerous kindness, we'll need to be more strategic. But tonight, we rest. Tomorrow's problems can wait for tomorrow's wisdom.